test. Check. One.
Mic test 1 2. Sound test.
Check, 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 check. 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic test 1 2. Check, check 1 2. Check 1 2. Mic test 1 2. Oh yes. Check. Mic test 1 2. Check 1 2. Oh yes.
Testing.
One, two, testing, testing, 1 2.
Occupy 1 to 10. 1 to 10. Tables 1 to 10. You're gonna lose it.
is having violation because this is violence for fighting 24 years. If the mood, you read the mood. Yeah, yeah.
Fine, sir.
How are you? We'll delay for about 5 minutes. But you know they have to jump into their program meetings. You have to know. Some of them will also have to go and review. So we need constructive fast track. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You had the rest of ceremony.
Just the beginning.
The beginning.
Then I'll hand over.
Yeah. So just
can we
start?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Get him to come. Okay. 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 We can start now.
I think they can join.
We can start.
Because they are already complaining that
Time.
this is going to be time.
Time. Yes.
Can we start or?
Yes, we can start now. Right now. Okay. Yeah, iko na yangu. You can start. A very good morning. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Testing, testing. Morning, morning.
Yes, I've seen an invitation and come to see who is the because we are able to attend because of the exams. Okay. Yes.
Testing, testing. Testing, testing, testing. Testing.
We are starting. We are starting. Yeah, it's okay. Ready. We are starting.
Just talk.
Testing. Okay. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I request, please, that we take our seats so that we can start. We're already running a bit late. It's an excellent morning in Nairobi, Kenya. May we kindly please take our seats? May we take our seats?
National anthem first. Is the national anthem and then security brief and then we proceed to the program.
Yes.
So let me get the people.
Call Carolina.
Okay.
We start. Anthem, yes. Yes, now. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the inaugural ICIPE Science Week. May I request, please, if we may please be upstanding for the national anthem. Our colleague, Madam Carolina Carl, will lead us in singing the national anthem. Welcome, ma'am.
We'll start with the Kenyan national anthem. Kenyans, please help me sing this. Ilete baraka kwetu, haki iwe ngao na mlinzi, na tukae na undugu, amani na uhuru, raha tupate na ustawi. Toma uilinde nchi ya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tuulize na malengo yetu, jumuiya yetu tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, tumoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, udumishe jumuiya yetu. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We may please take our seats. Our chief guests, the representative of the government of the Republic of Kenya, distinguished ambassadors, high commissioners, heads of mission, our honorable governing council of ICIPE, our director general, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very warm welcome to the inaugural ICIPE Science Week. At this point, I'll invite our head of security just to do a bit of housekeeping, just to inform us about security arrangements. Then we roll into the program. Welcome.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, staff, colleague members, good morning. My name is James Lelesara, and this is to welcome you to the International Center of Insect Physiology and Ecology at campus. Just briefly on the security measures and protocols that we've put in place. The main arena where we are seated, we have 4 exits, 1 to my extreme left, 1 in my front, and 2 at the back of this tent. In addition to this, we also have emergency response services on campus. We have St. John ambulance on site to attend to any medical emergencies. Lastly, our registration desks serve as help desks and lost and found help desk for any items that we might lose on campus. And we have our fire marshals and first aiders on call to attend to any issues or any medical emergencies. Welcome once again. Feel safe, feel at home. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's now my honor and great privilege to invite our Honorable Director General to give us opening remarks and invite the Chair of the ICIPE Governing Council. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. In my country, we say that when rains invite themselves to an event, that is an indication that the Almighty has blessed that event. Your Excellency, the representative of the government of Kenya, Your Excellency, the Ambassador of the Republic of Switzerland, Your Excellency, representative of the Embassy of Canada, distinguished guests, honorable members of the Governing Council, all protocol observed. Today, I must say that there is a lot of emotion in me for this event that is taking place for the first time in our history, where we want to showcase the best of what we do. And this has not been possible without the help of all the staff of ICIPE. They have worked tirelessly over the weekend, the days before, to make sure that this is a reality. I would like us to stand and clap for them, please. Thank you so much. ICIPE continues to envision itself as a center of excellence. Excellence in science, excellence in partnership, excellence in delivery of insect science solutions that are friendly to the environment, that help us to deflect the detrimental effects of bad insects, but help also to make use of those that are good for us, and by doing so we provide the social security. We felt that over the years our impact has been felt in many places, but has not always been attributed to us. So we felt that it was time for us to start moving into the space of getting known for our role in development. And that is the essence of this event. I would like to ask that we take this opportunity to look at all those stands, and that anything that might not be perfect, please forgive us. This is the first time, but it's not the last time. It must light for only one day today, but in the future it will be a full week, because there is so much that this organization does at the interface of human health, at the interface of animal health, at the interface of plant health, at the interface of of environmental health, and with a strong capacity building component. There is virtually no country in Africa where there is no alumni of this organization. What an impact. And yet, we are not so much known. So this event is our opportunity to start getting into that space. Without further ado, let me say again, welcome to you, welcome to everyone, and please make this event your own. Thank you. Allow me to invite Professor Kim Anderson, Chair of the Governing Council of ICIPE. Sir, please.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, staff and members of the Governing Council, welcome. I don't want to take up much time because we want to hear about the science of this organisation this morning. I've been privileged to be chair of this for the last 5 years, and it's been a spectacular growth period. Funding has increased. More importantly, research outputs and impacts have increased. And this organisation is the leading organisation, of course, globally in insect science, but it's also challenged by climate change, and that's increasing through time, and so its importance, I think, is going to grow. So I do hope that we see more funding support coming from various parts of the world, including core funding, I hope, and we've had an increase in core funding and core funders in recent times. One of them has been Australia, because Australia has been funding research here for so long as to become very familiar with it and to want to support it further and spread its impact further in the world. So there are new research programs starting not only in Australia but in Papua New Guinea and the South Pacific as part of that. But its biggest impact obviously has been in Africa, and that's where it should be. That's where livelihoods can be raised most in proportionate terms from the type of research that is done here. So again, I'd like to thank the staff for this amazing effort of putting this show on today, and hopefully it'll be a bigger show in subsequent years, and that you will learn from the presentations here. It must have been a very difficult job to choose who would get to present today, because there's so much good research going on, but we'll hear some of that and we'll get a chance to walk around and see posters afterwards later this morning. So let me leave it at that, and thank you again for coming along today.
A good round of applause. Thank you so very much, our Honorable Chair of the Governing Council and our Director General. This excellent science in the ICIPE Science Week would not have taken place without solid foundations and leadership. And therefore, it's our honor to really thank our leadership and the Governing Council for leading us ably to be able to produce such science. At this point, let me invite my colleague, Dr. Fatia, to now take us through the next process, starting with a keynote address. Thank you very much. And Dr. Shafan.
Yeah, thank you, Jimmy, for the introduction and moderation of the opening session. And thanks to our the Chair of Governing Council for opening for us, and our DG. Now, straight away, we'll go to the program. And I am Fatia Khamis, and my colleague,
Shafan, Chair.
And as the DG reiterated that behind the excellent science is our excellent people. And we'll start with a keynote speech from Dr. Samira Mohammed. You're most welcome, Samira. So to briefly introduce Samira, she is a principal scientist at ICIPE and a biological control expert. She has worked in the arena of classical biological control, and with so many achievements, from classical biological control of a fruit fly, of a devastating fruit fly of economic importance in Africa, where she did the biological control throughout Africa, in 15 African countries. And also she has achieved a classical biological control of the fall armyworm, and also for the devastating pest, the tomato leaf miner, Tuta absoluta in Africa. And Samira's portfolio also has an excellent publication history with over 200 publications and 8 book chapters. For Samira also, she has mentored several PhD students, postgraduate students, over 6 and over 50. And 50% of them, of these trainees are female. And she's also done training at a lower level with the farmers and extension officer across Africa. Samira also has gotten several awards or accolades in her name, and she's a recipient of the 2022 Professional Staff Award, and also she's been named the second in Kenya in publishing and by Kenneth. So welcome, Samira.
Thanks so much, Fatia, for the generous introduction. Good morning to you all. Habari asubuhi and sabah al khair. Okay. As human, when we see insect, or even when we hear the word insect, the first thing come to our mind, those are bad to us. Okay. But do you know that the number of beneficial insects by far outnumber those the bad ones? And our topic of today touch base on only one small aspect of the good service that insects render to us. But to put it in the context of Africa, I would like to start with something that all of us we relate to. So in Africa, we believe that we produce a lot of agricultural good, and this is very true. However, it is also the bitter fact that we lose so much of what we produce. And this is because due to many factors, but insect is contributors. And let me tell you, most of the insects that goes out of hand, they are invader. They are not of African origin. And indeed, Africa is very vulnerable to invasion due to so many factors. And this is further compounded by climate change, a phenomena that Africa is hit hard or most affected by. And once those insects arrive in Africa, they multiply excessively. And the farmer, when they multiply the farmer, and it's understandably, they are desperate, they will use all kinds of chemicals to control this pest, risking their life, the consumer life, and even the environment at large. The goose, fortunately, Mother Nature has a solution to our problems. And in this case, providing us with a safer alternative in what is called biological control. But let me define biological control in a very simple term. It is the use of beneficial insects, which call farmer friends, or Rafigi wa wakulima on Swahili, to control a pest. This pest could be an insect, it could be a weed, it could be a disease. And fortunately, Africa is boasted with the diversity of this natural enemy. However, as the title suggests, this biological control is underestimated, overlooked, especially in Africa. But let's remind ourselves, there are so successful biocontrol programs. Many of you must have heard of cassava mealybug, which almost ruined the cassava in Africa, leading to a famine. Thanks to a very tiny insect, which was introduced from the origin of the pest and released in 27 countries with a substantial success. Someone might ask, why do we need to introduce a tiny pest? Just a few minutes ago, I said Africa has a diversity. But the concept is, whenever a pest comes to a new environment, it normally leaves the natural enemy behind. And you will see this concept, we are going to talk about it in the subsequent slides. It is because of that, the scientists, they went to the origin of the pest, multiplied this tiny wasp, and they released it in 27 countries. And because of the success of this program, Dr. Hans Herren, the second director of ICIPE, won an award in 1995, one World for Prize Award for his achievement. Again, you will agree with me. Also, ICIPE is a renowned center for fight against invasive pests. Just to give you an example, the classical biological control of stem borers, which the breastoid was also released, brought from the origin of the pest, that was Pakistan, and was released in many countries. Also, there is another program on diamond back moth. In fact, up to now, whenever you go, you'll find this breastoid is well established. But before I give a highlight of my modest contribution in the space of biological control, which is like a drop of an ocean, let me give you a brief highlight about myself. I am a Sudanese, born in a small village nestled by River Nile, close to its conversion with its last tributaries before it head to Mediterranean, and it's slightly north to the ancient Marawi, the capital of Kush Kingdom. We used to grow cotton, fava bean, sorghum, and wheat. And also, that is an irrigation scheme. But also, when the river flood, we will also grow on residual soil moisture on the river bank or in the islands. And my involvement is in this very activity. It made me get so attached to agriculture. It is in this very village where I did my primary education. And by then, all the girls, they will stop at the secondary education, and become primary school teacher. But me and the second girl, we decided to take a different bus, and we were the first to join university. In my case, I joined the University of Jazeera, where I did agriculture, and from there, I got to be exposed to biological control during my first job at Agricultural Research Corporation Jazeera Research Station, where they heavy attack by African bullworm. So we will rear a small wasp again, it's called trichogramma, and we release it to control this pest. From there, my passion for biological control grew, where I did my master in Wageningen Agricultural University under supervision of Van Lanteren, a renowned biological control specialist. And this paved the way for me joining ICIPE to continue my work on biological control on fruit flies. When I came to do my PhD on fruit fly, I was the first African investigator to establish the specificity of this parastoid within a framework of a USDA-funded project, because by then they're also looking for parastoid to control our African fruit fly, which invaded Hawaii and California and others. So I have to identify which parastoid attack which best. And we were sending those parastoids to Hawaii, to California, to Guatemala, and St. Helena in South Africa. Different parastoids to different destinations. But as we are helping others, our own home Africa was on panic. In 2003, we have been invaded by a very devastating pest, which almost crippled the horticultural industry in Africa. It was detected in Kenya, and within a span of just 2 years, it almost covered the entire continent, except with the 3 Maghreb countries, that is Tunisia, Algeria, Morocco, and Egypt. This caused massive losses, loss of export market, and of course, this one translates to loss of hard currency. So what we did, like other concept, you need to go and look for natural enemy. But of course, you cannot just wake up and you say you are going to look for a natural enemy. You have to establish you don't have efficient one here. And this is exactly what we did. Luckily, it happened, we have a colony in the lab. So we tested what we have. To our disappointment, our natural enemies, they are so weak to subdue this pest. So the next logical option is to go to the origin of the pest. And indeed, I went to Sri Lanka. I spent like 3 months. Sri Lanka, they have very rich diversity of this pest, of the natural name of this pest. However, when I was coming, they told me you can go with, so I came empty-handed. Because there are signatories, something called conventional biological diversity. So after that, we did not give up. It happened, Hawaii was invaded by the same pest in 1947. So we tell them if they can give us, and they are kindly reciprocated. We have helped them with, for the help of, to control our pest. So now they are also helping. They send us. We rear this insect. We must rear them in the lab. For release. Before you release, you have to sensitize the farmers. They have different feelings. Some of them, they are skeptical. They might think we are releasing mosquito or anything. Others, they are so excited. I remember one of them, as we are sensitizing them, one of them, he raised his hand. He said he want to ask a question. I told him, okay, go ahead. Then he told me, how do I control these ones? And he's referring to the natural enemy. I told him, no. This one, you don't need to control them. He said, no, I want to control them. Tell me. I told him, why do you want to control? He said, no, I want to control them in my farm so they don't go to my neighbors. So we need to, and with this sensitization, we release them in the field. That is in Kenya. We start with Kenya. And I am very happy to say they are not only established, but they are able to disperse within only one mango season, 8 kilometers. And with this encouraging result, we are motivated to release in other countries. Of course, not on our own, in partnership with the national partners, and IIT and other partners, Cora also, they release in West Africa. So as we speak, in sub-Saharan Africa, they are released in over 15 countries. There are other initiatives released in Egypt, but that's a different initiative. And we estimated the beneficiary are almost close to 4 million. But as we thought, we are doing well, we are progressing in managing this base. Another invader came to Africa, and that was Tuta Absoluta. That is attack to me. This once enter a field, within a span of 2 months, it's like you have lit fire on the field. In Nigeria, they call it tomato Ebola. In fact, they have a newly established factory. It has to close because there is no raw material. There is no tomato for processing. So we follow the same concept, and jointly with our partner, that is ICIPE in Biru, we introduced Barastoid, we read them, and we released them initially in Moya, Kenya, and after that we expanded our releases within Kenya and in other African countries. We are also sending the same Barastoid to California because they don't have the best, but they are doing it precautionally. They are testing this Barastoid on closely related base to Tuta Absoluta, just in case Tuta Absoluta invades them. And again, it didn't take long. As I said, Africa is vulnerable. It didn't take long before Africa received fall armor. The scenario of fall armor is slightly different. Even though there was a lot of panic and there was a lot of spray, but there was a Barastoid, a newly described Barastoid, that made association and is able to suppress this pest. So initially, if you see the population, they were just multiplying exponentially. But after that, they just somehow, we cannot say stabilize, but they are still reducing a bit. So we read this Barastoid again, we release it in different places, but all the same, and it will never be like a Barastoid from the origin of the pest. So we went ahead, we introduced just 2 Barastoid from IITA Benin, but originally they came from the origin of the pest. Thanks to Corfis, they already gave us we submitted a dossier for field releases, and we are releasing this Barastoid in December. Now, this is not only the insect we are dealing with. In 2019, we detected Drosophilus suzuki, and this is attacking industry which is still in infancy in Kenya, and that's the berries. So we also introduced a Barastoid from Kabi, Switzerland, and we are doing all the berry release assessment. We are going to release it soon. Another best, which is for now reuniting the mango industry in Ethiopia, it is called white mango scale. This best was originally sought from India, and many farmers, they are cutting their mango. They are rather making a charcoal. So they are seeing making a charcoal out of mango is even more profitable. But we are in communication with the South African institution, which initially they brought the Barastoid from Taiwan. We are going to introduce the Barastoid and release it in Ethiopia and as well as Kenya. Another devastating pest, and of course, all this cucumber, all the cucurbit we eat, they are heavily sprayed. And because of pest, which pest? Because of this melon flies. Again, it's an invasive, it's from Asia, and it has a very strong immune system. No Barastoid can attack it. But we have already gotten approval to introduce Barastoid from Hawaii and Reunion, and we are going to introduce it soon. Our problem is not only with insect. Of course, there are invasive disease, there are invasive weed, and of the weed there are many. These are just few examples. The one which is called devil hair, this is terribly bad. And to make the matter worse, the farmers, they think it's an ornamental. They go and cut it and take it to their home, helping it to spread even further. And we are not just looking, sitting and waiting for things to unfold. Recently, we started also a program of biocontrol of Balsanium. Of course, doing science is good, publishing is good, but what is more important is translating this science to impact. And I am happy to say that our work impacted on people's life in different spheres. If you just look at the Barastoid release, just investing 1,000 Kenyan shilling, it can get a gain of up to 93,000 Kenyan shilling. And of course, it also resulted in improve of yield and quality, and most importantly, reduce of the chemical spray. And of course, this biocontrol contribute to it in a way, but not exclusively. But we are able to open export market after 7 years of self-imposed ban. And also even South Africa, they don't want to see our produce. But we established that they can easily introduce, import our avocado. And again, in the sphere of the woman empowerment, we teach them how to, because if the produce improves a lot of quality, sometimes it goes to waste. So we train them on mango drying, using a very simple mango dryer. They even went and innovated, they make it big, as you can see here. So this is even themselves, they say they are able to open a bank account, they are able to buy big, and one of them, she said she is able to send her child to do nursing. And of course, in any intervention, without, for the sustainability, you need capacity building. You need to involve the people themselves. And our program, it involves people right from the farmer all the way to postgraduate, and including even the school children. Because the school children, they are the ones to carry this message. And I am happy to say that the students I have trained, they cut across right from North Africa, that in Tunisia, all the way to Zimbabwe, in Southern Africa, in West Africa. And as we speak now, many of them are here leading big programs, and they are also leaders in their respective countries. And many of them, they won an award of the Governing Council. And also we established a colony of this natural enemy in different institutions in East Africa. But of course, we need to do more in other parts of Africa. Okay, we have a saying in Arabic, you cannot, okay, I'm going to say it in Arabic. اليد الواحدة ما بتصفق, meaning you cannot clap with one hand. And it is this where we need partnership. Without partnership, we could not have done what we have done. And here I want to thank all of them. And before I leave this podium, if somebody is still doubting the biocontrol, I would say as much as our biocontrol in Africa still is in infancy, but we can really do a lot with biocontrol. Of course, we need good science, and this good science cut across so many things. Then new frontiers in research, whether to do with artificial intelligence, climate change, diagnostic, name it. We need enabling policy, we need good governance, we need empowered community, we need human and financial resources. And whatever biocontrol is not a silver bullet, it works in a holistic system, and whatever we do it in a holistic system. Finally, my message to those small girls across Africa. From where I come, I follow a different path, and I hope to leave a trail, and I hope I did. But I want to tell them, if you think you are too small to make a change in your own life or in life of others, think of that minute wasp which make impact on the entire Africa. Just dream big and work towards that dream. Thank you so much. Thanks again.
Thank you, Samira, and I hope for the young scientists, and especially the female, you are getting the message. There's nowhere that cannot be accessible, from her village to global platform through biological control. Now, I would like to call upon the audience if you have any questions for Samira. We'll take only 2 because of time constraints.
Thank you very much. My name is Peter Ndiritu. I work with Partnership for Economic Policy. Thank you very much for the exciting presentation. I just have one little question. I note that most of your interventions have been reactive. Are there opportunities of detecting these things, from very early stages, so that you can prepare the communities, prepare the governments, and therefore use little resources to forestall a big disaster? Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a very good question. Indeed, we are working on something called, let's say, early warning, which includes so many things. We do modeling, we do risk-based assessment. One of my colleagues here, he did best risk assessment of insects which are not already here, which we're supposed to translate it in policy brief and share it with the regulatory body. That risk assessment will take in account where, let's say, Kenya import, let's say in a country, I'm just giving an example, where the import from a particular country, and the host range, whether we have it here, the climate, and give guidance. We're supposed to formulate this in policy brief and share it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Samira. There's no other question. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fatia, for giving me the space. Good morning, everyone. Next on the line, we have a series of Dudu talks. And first on that list, I would like to invite Dr. Denis Bisekamukamwa. And Dr. Bisekamukamwa is a postdoctoral fellow under the Insect Food, Feed, and Other Uses program here at ICIPE. He hails from Uganda. Denis has a huge experience when it comes to soil health management, circular economy, poverty alleviation, climate change adaptation and mitigation. He has a PhD in soil science from the Kenyatta University. He has an MSc from the Makerere University in Uganda. Denis's accomplishments evolve around soil health management, sustainable and efficient organic fertilizer development, particularly in this case in the context of ICIPE, including insect frass fertilizer, which he has done exploits in this sphere. This technology has been widely adopted across Africa and beyond, including entrepreneurs, farmers, academicians, and this has actually put Denis in the global sphere when it comes to soil health management. Now, allow me to mention that Denis is the recipient of the Norman Ernest Bullock Award for 2024 for field research and its application. Denis has contributed hugely in capacity building, and he has mentored over 30 postgraduate students, including MSc and PhD students. He has also published widely in high-impact peer-reviewed journals with over 31 peer-reviewed journal articles, including book chapters. That is what I can mention for now, but the list is long. Denis, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shapan, for the kind introduction. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen,
Protocol observed. Good morning. I must say I'm delighted to be here because I'm going to talk to you what is at my heart, and that's soil health. And what I'm going to talk to you about is insects, the next big thing for soil health. But before we go far, I know all of us have taken breakfast, and it's obvious that food is at the center of human survival. But have you ever bothered to ask yourself, where does the food I eat come from? To our innocent children, they think the food comes from a supermarket or a grocery store. But what about you? Well, I'm here to tell you that the soil on which we trample on gives us up to 99% of the food we eat. So soil is at the center of human survival and food security. But the sad story is that in Africa, most of our soils are no longer suitable for crop production because they are degraded. More than 65% of our soils are no longer suitable for crop production due to erosion, loss in nutrients, organic matter loss, and acidity. The unfortunate bit is that our farmers do not have coping mechanisms. Fertilizers are expensive, others are adulterated. The organic resources that would restore soil life are not of good quality. And so you find situations like this. I know for those of us who travel in rural areas, you must have seen this. And this culminates into 1 in every 5 persons in Africa sleeping hungry, simply because of soil degradation. But talking of soil degradation and soil, what is soil? I know since it has rained, soil is that material that has made your shoe dirty, to some of us. To an engineer, he's looking for a farm ground where to put a building. For a potter, they are looking for clay, which they can use to make a pot. But to a farmer, soil is that medium that allows him to grow food and nourish lives and sustain humanity. So soil, in its formation, consists of minerals, air, and water that the plant require, and organic matter. Organic matter is the smallest fraction, yet the most important, because it contains living organisms like bacteria, fungus, and the ones which we can see. Insects. Insects are part of the soil system. So insects, together with the microbes, give the soil that parameter of a living system. Let me tell you, soil is a living system. So once soil loses insects and microbes, it becomes dead. And a dead soil cannot give us food. In nature, these insects perform their roles, but due to the threats of soil degradation, these have reduced. And so you find most of our soils are not suitable. So, and this is what forms part of our talk today. I'm here to talk to you about insects as the next big thing for soil health. But before I talk about that, I will first tell you my story. I'm a son of a peasant farmer raised by a widow in the highlands of southwestern Uganda. She depended on the power of a hand hoe to pay for my education. And she used to tell me that her certificate was a hand hoe, and she sent me to school to get a better certificate and probably a better future. So in that way, I went to Makerere University, studied a Bachelor's of Agriculture in Land and Soil Resources Management. I got a good first class, but I couldn't get a job because I had passed so much. So then I proceeded to do a Master's of Science in Soil Science, and that's where I started research in organic resources for soil health management. And my research focused on the recycling of the water hyacinth that is always present on water bodies into high-quality fertilizer. It was successful, but the time to produce the fertilizer was long. So then I got a scholarship opportunity at ICIPE, funded by DAD, German government, and I came to pursue a PhD in 2017. That is when I joined the ICIPE's Insects for Food, Feed, and Other Uses program that aims to use insect-based technologies, edible insect-based technologies to address different challenges. That is when I also interfaced with my marvelous mentors, Dr. Tanga and Dr. Subi, that have since lit my candle for career advancement, and I thank them so much. So in that way, I went on to do research on how to recycle organic waste using insects. These insects had been here since 2012, but they were being looked at as insects for production of animal feed and human food. In fact, the waste they were producing was regarded as a nuisance. So they called me here, and I used my previous knowledge and experience to see how to harness the power of insects to recycle waste for soil health management. And one of the insects I focused on is the black soldier fly. I know all of us might have interfaced with this insect. It looks like a fly, but it's bigger and better. If you want to call it another name, you call it farmer's friend, because it turns challenges into opportunities. Let me give you an example. For example, for Nairobi, where we stay now, it generates 2,400 metric tons of municipal waste. 80% of those wastes are organic. That's suitable for insect farming. So that gives us around over 1,900 tons of organic waste per day. And with this insect, it has tremendous power to recycle all these wastes into quality organic fertilizers within 1 month. 1 month. And if you had to use the ordinary methods, you'd take 6 months. So this insect saves us 5 months of waiting for organic fertilizer. It also saves us greenhouse gas emissions, and most importantly, gives us high quality fertilizer. So we have conducted this research, validated this technology and piloted it, and we have also gone ahead to do on-farm validation of the crop yield and the soil health benefits using different food security crops. And we started with maize and vegetables that are key for human nutrition. But we have also worked with legumes, root crops, and perennial crops, especially banana, that is key for as a staple and the cash crop for East Africa. And we have also been able to generate evidence on the potential of this fertilizer to restore soil health. And let me tell you, one of the challenges in East Africa is soil acidity. And we have found that this fertilizer is able to reduce acidity by far. And within 1 season of application, the acidity, the soil pH is raised to levels that are favorable for crop growth and the rejuvenation of soil microbiota and nutrients to be available. But most importantly, as we struggle with climate change, we found that the soils which we amend with this regenerative fertilizer can store water for a longer period, thus increasing the resilience of crops to the shocks of climate change. This is key in saving water. I don't know why Shafan has waved and the mic gone off, but I will continue. So, but we have also found that in addition to supplying nutrients, this regenerative fertilizer also can control all the soil-borne pests and diseases. You should know that this is key because we are using a lot of chemicals for crop production, and the food we are producing is no longer suitable for human consumption. Pesticide residues are becoming a serious human health challenge. But with this fertilizer, it is able to play multi-purpose role, supply nutrients, but also control pests and diseases. And that is after a single application. All these benefits have culminated into tremendous increases in crop yields and nutritional quality. And what does the farmer put in the pocket? 44% higher profits. And then the nutritional quality, the increase in nutritional quality is key for eliminating hidden hunger and poverty. So we have worked with more than 20 food security crops, and we continue to do research across different agroecological zones to generate evidence for integrating this technology in existing farming practices. So this knowledge has encouraged us to develop diversified products that can be adopted by different farmers and private sector partners. And so far, we have developed more than 15 products, including the powdered fertilizer that is key for annual crops. Granulated fertilizer releases nutrients at a slower rate and is suitable for perennial crops. And then we have the liquid fertilizer that is good for urban farming, vegetables, and can be applied together with irrigation water. Then we have fortified all these products with the chitin from the exovia, or the skin of the insect, to be able to control pests and diseases, making this multi-purpose and regenerative. So through all this, we know that this knowledge should be transferred to the different end users and stakeholders. So we have a free of charge training and demonstration facility here, where we train farmers, entrepreneurs, NGOs, and extension officers, as well as private sector, on how to install these technologies for the benefit, for greater impact. And so far, we have trained more than 160 stakeholders, 60,000 stakeholders. But then we are also establishing satellite technology and business incubation centers within Africa, which enable the establishment of different small and medium entrepreneurs. And so far, we have over 3,000 SMEs have been established, with the potential to produce more than 122,000 metric tons of this fertilizer per year. And they have put different products on the market, including the solid and liquid fertilizers. They currently around $15 per 50 kilogram bag. And this is way cheaper than the conventional organic fertilizers that cost around $25 per 50 kilogram bag. So these private sector partners have done a tremendous job, but we have also gone ahead to establish the potential benefits of scaling this technology across Africa. And with Africa's waste generation capacity of more than 125 million tons of organic waste, we have found that with this technology we can produce 60 million tons of organic fertilizer, capable of fertilizing 24 million hectares of land, producing food for over 1 billion people, and generating more than 15 million jobs along the fertilizer production and commercialization value chain. There's also a good story with climate change, whereby we can sequester more than 86 million tons of carbon per year. And then sustainable scaling requires favorable policy and regulatory framework. We have established policies in 5 countries in East Africa, but currently we are working with the African Organization for Standardization of the African Union to establish continent-wide policies that would enable sustainable scaling of this technology for greater impact. There have also been RIWA awards and global recognition, and the first one was the 2020 World Food Planet Prize that we got in collaboration with the private sector. And then most recently, the 2024 Norman Borlaug Award for Field Research and Application. So what do I want you to go home with? I want you to know that without soil health, agriculture cannot flourish. And if agriculture cannot flourish, then humanity cannot. But the good news is that we are at the forefront of developing technologies that can restore soil health. And these technologies lie in the promise of insects, the small creatures with tremendous power to breathe fresh life into our soils. So join us as we harness this potential to restore soil health and improve food security. Thank you so much. Thank you.
We'll take questions after the 3 presenters of Dudu Talks. So now I would like to present Dr. Margaret Mendi Njoroge. She's one of our stars in animal and human health. Mendi is a PhD holder from Wageningen University, and also she did her PhD in Vrije University in Belgium. Mendi is working on vector management, and she is the lady. I know if you come from Kenya, like myself, and especially from the village, we know what is jiggers. So Mandy's research is on Tungiensis, and she is the first person that did the ecology of the pest of this disease, or the pest itself that enter the human bodies through the limbs. And she'll come ahead and tell you of what she has done into the villages to prevent. She is well published at her age. I think she'll grow into a star of publishing. She has 10 publications, and she's also doing a lot of capacity building, not only at higher level, but also at low level, training farmers, training villagers, training extensionists, especially in the medical arena. So welcome, Mandy.
Thank you so much, Fatia. And thank you all for giving me this platform to share with you, or to try and answer a question that I have projected on this screen that asks, what do flaws have to do with insects? The flaws in our homes are as diverse as the audience we have here. These flaws are largely built dependent on social and economic factors, and possibly our preferences. We rarely think about the impact that flaws may have on our health unless they have something that irritates us, and then we immediately react to that. But beyond the scope of our vision, there are organisms that live on our flaws that can make us sick. And I will give you a few examples. Soil-transmitted helminths or worms, bacteria, and viruses. These occur especially on unsealed floors or earthen floors, and these, when ingested, can infect our guts and lead to the real diseases. But I'm sure all of you are aware of that, so this is not new news. But what you might not be too familiar about are organisms that live on our floors that can cause the most neglected parasitic skin disease, affecting millions of people in sub-Saharan Africa and South America, and that to date, they were only recently, this skin disease was only recently included in the list of neglected tropical diseases by WHO. I'm referring to a disease known as Intricacies that most of you might know as jiggers. So Intricacies, or jiggers, is caused by the world's smallest sandflea known as Tuna penetrans, very beautiful flea. And this disease normally occurs when the adult female burrows into our skin head first and lives there for the rest of her life. She feeds on our blood, she even waits while inside our skin, and once she's fertilized, she develops hundreds of eggs that are shed on the ground. And there they hatch into larvae that develops into pupae, and eventually they develop into adults. So now remember our female flea that is still in our skin? For another or so, and then eventually she starts to shrink, and then she dies. But once she dies, she leaves behind a groove or a hole that becomes infected and becomes a wound. And those wounds caused by this female flea are the ones that cause the disease that we call Intricacies, due to the disfigurement they leave behind. Now, I'm not going to lie to you. This disease is one of the most anguishing diseases. It causes severe pain, discomfort, and a lot of itchiness. I think there are many of us who are familiar with this. And it wasn't at night. And I've just described the physical aspects of this disease. The mental aspects of this disease are unimaginable. Because most people who suffer from this disease, they experience intense shame, and they're mostly shunned by the community. And it does not help the fact that this disease is associated with the poorest and the poor. Now, growing up, I experienced this disease. The disease is not uncommon to many of us, and neither was it uncommon to me. So growing up in the area where I come from, I used to go visiting my grandparents in the village. And every time I would go to the village, it was guaranteed that I would get infected with jiggers. Then when I was back home, my awkward walking styles and my constant discomfort and itching of my feet would lead my mother to call me to sit on her laps
and to proceed to remove the female flea embedded in my legs using a very painful procedure featuring a needle. Now, this is not news to most of you. You have all experienced this. So I feel like we are one of the most lucky ones because we did not experience the worst that this disease offers. The people I have encountered so far have tens or hundreds or even thousands of fleas embedded in their skin. And that is not the worst of the news I'm about to share. Unfortunately, this disease has no simple or safe treatment that is registered or recommended for the affected communities. And so that's where we come in, because the only way to fight this disease is to go to where the flea is found or where the flea spends more than half of its life cycle. Now, for years, it has been known that the sand flea is found on the ground. I think most of you are aware. But what was not known were where the hotspots were and why certain areas seemed to have the sand flea more than others. So we here at ICIPE for the last decade have been working hard to fill in these information gaps. We have been studying trying to understand the insect ecology of the sand flea, to try and understand where is the insect when it's not inside the human, and what is favoring its multiplication, among very many other questions that we have been asking as scientists. And so far we've been able to establish that you are more likely to be infected with Tungiasis inside your house than outside, especially if your house is made of floors that are unsealed or earthen floors. And once you're inside the house, the stages that occur outside the human being, that we call off-host stages, are more likely to be found in the sleeping areas than any other area of the house. So this has answered part of our question. If we want to target the sand flea, then we must go to the floors that are inside the house and specifically to the areas where we sleep. So together with partners, disease experts from the London School and Cambridge, as well as engineers from the Jomo Kenyatta University, we went ahead and explored different flooring options that could be adopted by rural communities in different parts of Kenya, because rural communities are more affected by this disease. And we came up with one of a cement-based floor that seemed to have or to show some promise. And what we did, we set up the largest field trial that has been done. Actually, there has not been a field trial looking at the impact of a floor on a disease that has been done before we did this trial. So what we did, we selected 2 areas in Kenya, one in the western part of Kenya, and another one in the coastal part of Kenya that are both high, they both have a very high prevalence of Tungiasis. Then once we went to these areas, we selected homes that have these earthen floors, and then randomly selected half of those homes to receive this new floor, and the other half was studied as a control. Then we followed up on all the homes to look at how, what the population of the sand flea would be with the new floors and the incidence of the disease. So what we were able to see is that the off-host stages, or the stages outside the human, were significantly reduced once we applied the new floor. And the incidence of Tungiasis by the residents or among the residents in these homes that received the new floors was also significantly reduced. So additionally, we noticed that most of the children in these homes that received the new floors had a significant reduction in diarrheal diseases. So these are good news for everyone, right? Well, the communities were really happy with the benefits of having a new improved floor in their homes, and most were willing to adapt this floor into their homes, which is good news for them. But for us as the investigators, we looked behind at the homes we had just worked on, and we were leaving behind, and we had very many concerns. We noticed that most of these rural homes that we had worked on had holes gaping in the walls that could easily allow entry of mosquitoes, which can transmit malaria indoors, and that there were so many grooves on the wall that could be ideal breeding areas for insects like bedbugs, which is a public health menace worldwide. And we wondered,
isn't there something we can work with together with the community to develop ideas that could benefit them? For example, could we come up with prototypes of improved walls of the rural home where we attempt to smoothen without using any extra material, but this smoothening could significantly impact on the entry of mosquitoes and even the breeding of other insects? And while we are thinking about modifications, could we expand our modifications outside our entomological safe zone and maybe even improve on the ventilation of the rural kitchen that most of you know it normally has very high smoke generation that leads to high incidence of respiratory diseases? Could we, while we are in the kitchen, could we improve on the traditional cooking stove and reduce the impact of smoke generation? And so we have now developed a concept known as the healthy home concept that proposes simple, affordable improvements of the rural home using locally available materials so that there isn't any extra burden on the habitats. And the purpose of this concept is to reduce significantly the incidence of diseases inside the home. And while it's still a concept, we are very hopeful that this new phase of research will be able to generate the scientific evidence we need to show that these modifications do in fact have an impact on disease incidence inside our homes. And so I'd like to invite you to join us in bidding farewell to jiggers, to worms, to mosquitoes, to bedbugs and other insects from our home by building from the floor up a healthy home for a healthy population. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mendy. Now I would like to introduce the next speaker, who is Dr. Zudu Abro. While he comes, Dr. Zudu Abro is a postdoctoral fellow under the Harnessing Data for Impact here at ICIPE. He holds a PhD from the University of Göttingen in Germany in agricultural economics and rural development. He holds an MA in development studies from the Addis Ababa University. He is widely experienced when it comes to economic analysis and impact assessment. He has experience in assessing sustainable agricultural innovations, including livestock, crop, pests, and diseases. He is equally well experienced in entrepreneurial skills, and he is also able to train and develop skills that are needed for job acquisition. Dr. Zulu is well published with over 20 publications. He has also contributed to raising over $8,000 of funding that contributes to research implementation around pest diseases. He's also contributed to training over 8,000 farmers and other users of agricultural sustainable research work. Dr. Zulu, I would like to give you the floor now to tell us what Nagana and why we're still talking about Nagana. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I will tell you different stories, and with these stories, I hope I will answer the question why we are still talking about Nagana. What is Nagana? Nagana is a common name for African trypanosome. It's an important livestock disease. I'm having a problem with the, okay. Yeah, so Nagana is an important disease of livestock. And the disease weakens the immune system of the affected animals. That's why we use the term Nagana. Nagana clearly explains term Nagana, Zulu word Nagana, which means powerless. So once the animals are affected by Nagana, they are completely useless. Yeah. Sorry, I need to drink. So I was saying, once the animal are infected by Nagana, they are completely useless. Yeah. So Nagana has been with us since time immemorial. But it's good to ask the question, what did Africans do to control Nagana since long time ago? I did a bit of research and I tried to answer the question, do we have African ancient literature about Nagana? I find little evidence on it. But our understanding of Nagana started changing since the 1800s. In 1852, David Livingstone, who was a Scottish missionary, he was in the Limpopo and Zambezi River valleys. He noticed something very important. After bites of sassafly, animals died. So he reported this. The link between sassafly and Nagana has been known by African communities long before the Europeans' arrival. But missionaries like David Livingstone really amplified it through their writings. So Nagana gained the attention of Europeans and the colonial authorities in Africa. But we waited for another 50 years until we established the science. Sir David Bruce, who was a Scottish pathologist and microbiologist, found that Nagana is caused by trypanosome parasites. These parasites are transmitted by sassafly. Currently, sassafly infests 10 million kilometers squared in Africa. Over the last 120 years, billions and billions of dollars have been invested on Nagana control. But why do I still talk about Nagana today? I am talking about Nagana because Nagana affected me personally. Let me tell you my stories. I grew up in northeast Ethiopia, in the Wollo province. My village is found in the bank of the Mille River Valley. My father and my grandfather used to have lands in both sides of the river. Our lands are fertile, but they are infested by disease-transmitting vectors, such as mosquitoes, sassaflies. And by the way, from Margaret's presentation, I was infected by Tungiasis myself. Yeah. So when I was 5, I was already a full-fledged shepherd. I looked after cattle, camels, and goats. When I was about 10, we had 40 healthy goats. All of a sudden, a mysterious skin disease came and killed all of our goats. I still remember, and I have a vivid image of that skin disease. That's the one you see on the right in the screen. To make things worse, a local drought came, and our crops failed. What do you do in such terrible situations? My father and my parents sold their oxen to buy food. That was our coping mechanism. After the disease and the drought, life has been a constant struggle in our family. You can imagine in these situations. But my parents gave me an education, an investment that really never fails for someone like me who grew up in rural areas. And I'm really thankful to my parents for giving me education. So I studied economics and specialized in agriculture. My BSc and master's was at Addis Ababa University, and my PhD at the University of Göttingen in Germany. I was funded by the German Academic Exchange Services. So in my PhD, I studied the impact of stem rust resistant varieties. Stem rust is a disease of wheat, And wheat breeders call this disease a polio of agriculture. You can imagine how crippling this disease is on wheat production. But for some reason, I have never heard of Nagana until I started working for ICIPE and working with Dr. Manala Kase. Dr. Manala Kase is currently my supervisor. He's somewhere here. I'm always thankful for his mentorship and support throughout my career. So I was really curious to know what has happened about Nagana in our village. Called my father. We talked about it. My father knew Nagana, and he told me the disease comes from a fly that's found in the Mille River Valley. The way he told me was just like David Livingstone reported it in 1852. So the discussion I had with my father reminded me something very important. Indeed, Nagana affects our community. Once I started with Dr. Kase, I learned ICIPE has good sciences and practices to control Nagana. At ICIPE, we have developed integrated vector management tools, such as traps, repellent collars, and diagnostic tools. We have also trained hundreds of young scientists on the integrated sciences of Sasa and Nagana. To repeat it, integrated sciences of Sasa and Nagana. And we were successful in controlling Nagana and Sasa. Sasa was reduced by more than 80%. The Sasa population was reduced by 8%. And also Nagana prevalence was reduced by more than 60%. That was a remarkable achievement for ICIPE. That's how I began researching on economics of Nagana control with ICIPE scientists and also other scientists outside of. So one of the privileges you get when you work for ICIPE is that you get the opportunity to visit different communities. So I traveled across Ethiopia and Western Kenya. When I talk to different communities, the first question I ask people is, what are your top challenges? Diseases, including Nagana, shortage of live feed, and pests are the most cited challenges mentioned by communities. So the bottom line is, just like my community, Nagana is a key challenge to many communities, maybe across Africa. So what I'm telling you is the economic cost of Nagana is immensely huge. It's about 5 billion USD per year. So I did a little research, and the 5 billion USD per year was first reported by the British Department for International Development in 1999. I was 15 years old at that time. 26 good years have passed without enabling to control Nagana. So over the last 26 years, the cumulative economic cost of Nagana is about 130 billion USD. Can you imagine what you can do with this money? Dr. Tinkano, that's a question for you. Maybe you could have built hundreds and thousands of primary schools across Africa. So the socio-economic burden of Nagana is deeply troubling, to say the least. That's why we are talking about Nagana. If you plan to control Nagana, I have 3 messages of hope. Message of hope, number 1, controlling Nagana is profitable. We have documented this through using in different researches. If you invest, for example, on $1, if you invest $1 in space repellent collar technology, you can get extra $9 due to increase in milk and meat product. And if you also invest on Sasafly trap, you can increase the income of farmers. And if you are clever enough, like Dr. Kase and his colleagues, you can combine Sasafly trap with other complementary interventions, such as fodder production. And you can triple the income you can give to farmers. Message of hope number 2, controlling Nagana boosts rural economy. I am sure you will ask why or how. Yeah, so as I told you earlier, Sasafla invests 10 million kilometers square in Africa. We reclaim this land from Sasafla. Let's assume you are uncertain about the economic growth impact of Nagana. Yeah, so maybe some of us are pessimists, and some of us are pragmatists, and maybe some of us are very optimistic. So if you are a pessimist, the economic growth impact of controlling Nagana cannot be more than 500 USD per kilometer square. And if you are a pragmatist, maybe the maximum you can get from investing in Nagana control is 3,300 USD per kilometer square. And if you are an optimist like me, maybe you can get up to 10,000 USD per kilometer square. So now let's do the maths together. You multiply 10 million kilometers square with the economic gains you get from investing in Nagana control. So if you are a pessimist, you can earn up to 5 billion USD per year by controlling Nagana in Africa. And if you are a pragmatist, you can earn up to 33 billion USD per year by controlling Nagana in Africa. Finally, if you are an optimist, you can earn up to 100 billion USD per year by controlling Nagana in Africa. So that's how you bring economic growth. Message of hope number 3, controlling Nagana is proper. Assume you are a pessimist in the economic growth impact of controlling Nagana. Yeah, so you earn only 5 billion USD per year in Africa if you invest in Nagana control. So this can translate into poverty reduction as envisaged by the Sustainable Development Goals of the United Nations. So when you earn 5 billion USD per year, you can lift up to 11 million people per year above the poverty line. So 11 million people per year is 2% of the 429 million poor people in Africa. That's a remarkable achievement if you can do it. So finally, I have one question for you. Is there anything you can offer for Nagana control? Maybe you have a political leverage. Maybe you have money. Maybe you have innovations. Maybe you have also combined all of them. I leave the answers to you. But I want to invite you. Let's invest in Nagana control and empower rural people. Thank you very much.
So as we wrap this session of Dudu Talk, we would like to call upon all the presenters so that you can, if you have any burning questions, we can discuss. So I open it to the audience. If you have any question for any of our Dudu talkers.
Good morning. First of all the talks were fabulous and really showed the incredible impact of the research at ICIPE. I'm glad we were doing this. Regarding the floor study, if the barriers for implementation, for this to be adopted, are they barriers of engineering, are they or cultural barriers, or economic barriers?
Thank you for that question. So unfortunately, it's a mix of all. So we find that to seal the floors can be quite costly, but then you find that some of the solutions that we offer are not very like a cultural norm. So it needs a lot of behavior change communication for most of the rural communities to be able to adopt some of the solutions that we are forwarding to them. But I must say that so far the reception has been very positive. So it takes, I think, some effort to educate the community. And from there, once at least one or two people pick up, the rest learn from those initiators. Yeah, thank you.
I wish to thank all the presenters for their fantastic work. I have a question on Tungiasis. I would like to know the prevalence of Tungiasis. Is it just coastal and western? Because I have a student who worked on Tungiasis in Muranga, which is outside the areas you mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. So we have, Tungiasis is actually prevalent in most of Kenya and a significant part of sub-Saharan Africa. So I will check the exact statistics and maybe find you later. But we have it occurring almost in most of the counties in Kenya.
Congratulations to all presenters. My question is dedicated to the presentation about soil. And I saw that there is a huge potential for waste to fertilizer. We produce a lot of biological waste, but still we don't see it growing in terms of taking it as economic opportunity. What do you think is a constraint for policymakers to adopt it at a massive scale? Because it's so obvious, the technology is well established apparently, but still the uptake, we see our waste going unprocessed. Still there is a potential. What do you advise? What is the constraint and the political message for the massive uptake, particularly in big cities? Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I'm glad you have highlighted that because our research is coming in to address these barriers. Conventional production of manure has been regarded as a key challenge because of the long time the process takes. Just imagine a farmer sitting for half a year waiting for fertilizer from organic waste. Then they can go and buy one bag just in less than an hour. So the long production time has been a challenge, and also the less efficiency of these methods. Of recent, Kenya was banning the use of cattle manure as a fertilizer because of the challenges of pathogen contamination associated with this cattle manure. The conventional methods could not eliminate these pathogens. But with insects, we have found out that in just 2 weeks, you eliminate all these pathogens while elevating the abundance and diversity of the beneficial microbes. So less efficiency, and also the challenges associated with climate change, the high greenhouse gas emissions associated with the use of the conventional methods. And so what are we doing with the technology we have developed? What we are doing, we are increasing awareness and sensitization, and we are also training researchers, policymakers, and extension agents on the uptake of this technology. But we also see increasing government interest in these technologies. For example, recent, we were working with the Office of the First Lady of Kenya to train women champions in all the 47 counties of Kenya on how to use these insect-based technologies to recycle organic waste for climate resilience, food security and youth and women empowerment. But we know that we need to engage government on the formulation of policies and also the integration of this technology into their research and extension systems. That's why we're strengthening our collaboration with the national research institutions, and of recent, Dr. Tanga's engagement with the African Union to create continent-wide standards, which will be adopted by all the AU member states. We hope this will catalyze the adoption and scaling of this technology. But there is one critical ingredient that is key for this technology scaling and uptake, which is the private sector. We need to create favorable environment for the private sector to thrive. And this includes the access to capital investment, the capital required to initiate these technologies. So we are also working with credit institutions to ensure that they consider this as an enterprise that they can give credit, and because it is really profitable, and this is what Abro and colleagues have found out. So there are a variety of interventions that we are using to ensure that this technology can be taken up. And the good news is that even members outside Africa are gaining interest, as the chair of the Governing Council has highlighted, for the Pacific Island nations, and most recently in the Caribbean. But we want this one to be the center of spread from Africa to the world. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much also to our presenters. I have a follow-up question, Dennis, to you, because you produce fertilizer, but that is quite often a black soldier fly larvae production side product. What do you do with protein-rich and fat-rich biomass?
Okay, thank you so much. This is a circular economy technology that generates multiple products that feed into our agricultural production systems. The larvae that are generated by the insect larval biomass is used as an ingredient for animal feed production, and we have very beautiful stories in terms of the insect-based feeds in improving the productivity of animals, especially in terms of egg production, the animals reaching market size area and farmers getting higher profits, and also improving the health status of animals to reduce the use of antibiotics. That are a key challenge in animal production. So the larvae are used in animal production. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you very much to all speakers. Really, really excellent talks. Very, very good. So I have a question about the tsetse and the Nagana. Can you give me a good example where I've been an intervention where really the local people have been on board and managed to really reduce the occurrence?
Thank you so much. That's a very great question. We had different interventions, for example, across Ethiopia and also in Western Kenya. So if I tell you the most recent one, somewhere in Eastern Kenya, around the coast, we tested different technologies and pests, and especially the one I mentioned on repellent collars. So the achievement was really big. We were able to increase the availability of draft power for plowing, and the communities really liked it, and we did also profitability analysis. So there was a great community engagement, and the communities really liked the technology, but still we need to do more scaling on reach a lot of farmers. Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. Thank you for the great presentation. Dennis, congratulations for your World Food Prize. It was really warm to see you in Des Moines the other day. My question is to Margaret. Margaret, are the fleas causing chiggers also able to transmit other pathogens like viruses, bacteria that would infect humans?
Thank you for that question. So the fleas themselves do not transmit any other diseases, but the wounds that they cause in our bodies are exposed to infections by a variety of pathogens. So you'll find that those wounds could be infected by any which pathogen, mostly bacteria that causes now the disfigurement, but that's now also a point of entry for any other maybe skin transmitted pathogens. So the fleas themselves do not have any pathogens on them, but they make us more susceptible to infections from other pathogens.
Good morning, and thank you. Excellent presentation, wonderful science, strong science, evidence-based. But the difficult question in the room is sustainability. What are you doing to convince our African governments? Are there examples, for example, here in Kenya, where you've worked with the Ministry of Agriculture, and especially the ministry that has the pocket basket treasury, to convince them to invest in these type of technologies, working with people like the National Research Fund and so forth? Thank you.
Thank you so much, and I will start with the last entity you have talked about. We currently have a project that is being overseen by the National Research Fund. It is funded by the French Embassy in Kenya and Somalia. It's called Biochar and Insect Flash Fertilizers in Kenya. And the National Research Fund is actually encouraging us to explore the other value chain of insect-based feeds. So we are witnessing continuous and increasing interest from the government, and the previous example I had given of the Office of the First Lady. We are also involved in the training of researchers from CARO and other institutions across East Africa that spearhead research. And we hope this will play a key role in integrating these technologies into the national development programs for higher uptake and sustainability. And talking about the sustainability angle in terms of economics, for BSF it's more than excellent because of the multiple sources of revenue generate, and because of the immediate market that is available. In fact, most of the farmers who produce the fertilizers sell them at farm gate. They cannot even satisfy the immediate demand, and that's why we are focusing on scaling to ensure that these products are available for end users in different parts of the country. Thank you. My colleagues could add.
Thank you so much. I think that's a great question. Yeah. So the private sector is the key partner, as I mentioned in the previous presentations. So the technologies are being taken up by the private sector. For example, there are private sectors that produce traps and also the repellent collar, for example, from the point of view of Nagana control. But throughout the projects we implement across different places, we are working with our partners, so the ministries of agriculture and different agricultural institutes are our partners. So that is a key channel we use to promote our technologies and best practices. Thank you so much.
And maybe just as a final top-up to what my colleagues have said, we have been engaging government stakeholders in sharing the results from our from research and the challenges that we've been facing and opportunities ahead. And a few of them have actually proposed to assist us going forward to either give input in future research that we undertake or to assist in any policy decisions that we may need from them. Thank you.
And maybe that's it, say that one of the other angles we are currently pursuing is to integrate these technologies in schools. These schools, starting from primary and secondary, have school farms. We are now working with schools to establish insect-based technologies as part of the school farms, and students then work on these technologies. What is wonderful is that the students are now, and pupils are calling parents to learn from these schools. And we look at that as one of the most interesting avenues for scaling these technologies. We are currently doing this in Kisumu, Siaya, and Busia, and we are getting interesting results.
Okay, I see that there's no questions. Now I would like to thank Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, our GC, our directors, our deputy directors, the scientific fraternity, colleagues, our scholars, ladies and gentlemen, for this session. I hope we did adjust it in moderation. And now we hand over to our colleague who will take you through the rest of the program, Dr. Chagomoka. Thank you.
Stay for the group photo. Stay for the group photo. Yeah. Come. Tremendous science, tremendous impact, tremendous potential. These were the Dudu talks. Next, we'll have the exhibitions that will be handled by Dr. Chagomoka. In the meantime, allow me kindly to invite our Honorable Chair of the Governing Council, our Director General, our Deputy Directors General, His Excellency, the Ambassador of Switzerland, and His Excellency, the representative of the Kenya government, to please take a group photo with our presenters. Welcome. Just a group photo. Excellent. Thank you very much. A good round of applause. Thank you very much. We'll now hand over to our colleague, Dr. Tekmo Chagomoka, to lead us. We still have a great exhibition out there led by our colleague. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All protocols observed. Allow me to welcome my two colleagues, Dr. Beatrice, you can come over, and Dr. Ayuka. At the same time, Dr. Evelyn. Yeah. So my name is Tekmo Chagomoka. I'm the head of Technology Transfer Unit based here at the Dudu campus in Nairobi. So at this juncture, the members of the Governing Council, Dr. Tenkwano, Abdul Tenkwano, Dr. Sunday Kesi, you can follow Dr. Evelyn to the presentation. So Dr. Evelyn, maybe you want to introduce yourself and then you take the members of the Governing Council.
Good morning, everybody. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, all protocols observed. My name is Evelyn Guku, out of capacity with the ICIPE. And with the Governing Council, we'll be heading to the Thomas Odiambo Hall, where we will have the tea and also have the exhibition for the visitors.
Thank you very much, Evelyn, and all the best here. So I think all of us, we have got, if you look on your registration tag, there's an insect written there. Mine, I think it's cricket, some ants, some bees. So soon after our health break, we are going to divide into 3 groups. So there's going to be an ant group,
B group and cricket group. Myself, I'll be leading the cricket group. And I'll allow my colleague, Dr. Beatrice, to introduce herself, and she'll be leading the ant group.
Good morning to everyone. I'm Beatrice, a bee researcher at, within the environmental health team at ICIPE. I'll be taking all our guests after the health break to visit our stand to showcase where we are showcasing all our ICIPE innovative technologies. So thank you very much.
Good morning to you all. My name is Yuka Fombong, a research scientist here at ICIPE. I will be your tour guide for the bees team, and just two very quick instructions for the bees team. One, the sun is not very good, so I'll be your cue for today. And two, the weather is not very good for flight, so we will go there by walking. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I think Evelyn, you can take the members of the Governing Council,
Okay.
Dr. Abdul Tengwano and Dr. Sunday Kes. Jimmy. Thank you. At this juncture, we're going to allow my colleague Jimmy to come. As soon as Jimmy leaves, then we will give the instruction how we are going to move to the health break. So Jimmy, over to you.
Thank you, colleagues. As he says, it's drizzling, great weather in Nairobi, Kenya. At this point, allow me please to extend a very sincere vote of thanks on behalf of our Director General, Dr. Abdul Tengwano. We are very, very grateful and honored by all who have come today. And not least, we are honored to be graced by the representative of the Kenya government. To you, we extend sincere thanks. Excellencies, ambassadors, high commissioners, heads of mission here, we are grateful indeed that you've graced this occasion. Our tremendous thanks to our chair of the Governing Council. We appreciate the leadership that you've shown and given us, and indeed you can see the tremendous science that's exhibited here and more of it out there. This would not occur without your tremendous leadership in the way we conduct affairs of this organization. And we also appreciate our leadership here, led by Dr. Abdul Tengwano, the Deputy Directors General, the Director in charge of Corporate Services, the Director in charge of Research and Partnership. We extend our sincere thanks for your leadership and what you do to inspire us to greater productivity. We also are very grateful to the hosted institutions within here who are also partners of ICIPE and who are also enabling us to achieve impact and also to integrate what we do with the activities that they do. To you, we extend our great appreciation. As well as the neighboring communities around ICIPE here, we recognize your presence here today, and thank you indeed for nurturing a great environment for us to conduct science. Not least, we want to thank the staff of ICIPE and the students and other scholars who are actually very active in producing this science. Ladies and gentlemen, to you all, we extend our very sincere appreciation and thanks. So after this, you will be led by the different colleagues, led by our colleague here. And now on behalf of Director General, I think we deserve a coffee break. Then we can go to the exhibitions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jimmy. Thank you. Just all of us will remain seated. And at this point, I want to ask my colleague, Dr. Evelyn, to take the Governing Council, Dr. Abdul Tengwano, Dr. Sunday Kesi, to the poster presentation, and you will have your health break over there. So the exit is, yeah, thank you. So the next group, so we've got tables where 1 up to 15, tables 1 up to 15. This table is going to exit through my extreme left here, and you are going to have your health break close to our gym. So table 1 up to 15, we can exit through this exit close to our gym. You'll be able to have your health break. So table 1 up to 15, we can all remain seated except table 1 up to 15. Table 1 up to 15, we can exit through my extreme left. So table 1 up to 15, the health break is close to the gym. And all the remaining tables, we can exit straight. In front of me there, we've got 2 serving points where we can enjoy our health break. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are all going to be back at 11 o'clock. We've got a 25 minutes health break. Yeah, thank you. Let's enjoy our health break. Hello, I think we can, let us move in because we want to start another section of our program. Let us all move in, ladies and gentlemen. People who are outside the tent, can we move inside the tent? Let us move inside the tent. You can grab your tea and coffee. Let us come inside. Let us move inside the tent, ladies and gentlemen. All those who are outside, can we move inside the tent? Let us all move in and take our seats. All those who are outside, let us move in so that we can continue with our program. People who are standing outside, can we come inside the tent? Please, ladies and gentlemen. Let us come inside the tent. People who are standing outside, you can grab your tea and coffee and come inside. Yeah, let's move in so that we can quickly continue with our program. All the people outside in front of me, can you move inside the tent? Let us move inside the tent. Let us move in. Just grab your coffee and tea. Come inside the tent. Let us come inside the tent and take our seats. Let us come inside the tent. Dr. Ayuka, just make sure people around you, they come inside the tent. Let us take our seats so that we can quickly move on. Ladies and gentlemen, outside, can you come inside? Just grab your coffee and tea and come inside the tent so that we can quickly move on. Yeah, just carry that cup inside, please. Let's take our seats. Dr. Beatrice and Dr. Yuka, you can come in front so that we can continue. Dr. Beatrice and Dr. Yuka. Yeah. He's trying to. Yeah, but it's fine. I think you can come. Yeah. Dr. Yuka, you can come in front so that we can start. All those who are outside, just come inside. Let's come inside and take our seats. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm happy that we are right on time. Sorry for rushing you, some who are still grabbing the last cup of coffee. So Dr. Beatrice and Dr. Yuka, let's come in front. So what we want to do now, we want to visit the exhibition strengths, which are right at our extreme left. So we have got 3 groups. So the first group is the NT group. All those people with on their name tag, can you stand up? and follow Dr. Beatrice. All the people, if you look on your badge, there is an insect written. If it is ant, just follow Beatrice, and then we can exit. So Beatrice, you can go and everyone will follow you. All the people with ant on your badge, stand up and follow Dr. Beatrice. And we are going to have 1 hour, 30 minutes to visit the exhibitions. So please cooperate with Dr. Beatrice, myself, and Dr. Ayuka so that we can move fast. So all the ant group, all people with ant on their name tag, you can stand up and you follow Dr. Beatrice. So the second group is the one with the B. The B group, you are going to follow Dr. Ayuka. All the people with the B's, stand up and follow Dr. Ayuka. So the B group, B's. People with the B's on their name tag, look at your name tag. If there is B, stand up and you follow Dr. Ayuka. B's, you follow Dr. Ayuka. Is the one wearing white. So check your name tag. If it is B's, yeah, you follow Dr. Ayuka. So I guess the remaining group is the one with ant. This is the special group, you know. This is my group. So all people with ant, sorry. The last group is cricket. My sincere apologies. So cricket is a group. This one is a special group. So you follow me. Ladies and gentlemen, we can stand up. You follow me, we go together. Thank you.
1, 2. Mic 1, 2. Then lost and found.
ICIPE through Innovate Africa program is honored to co-host the summit alongside the East African Science and Technology Commission and the Stockholm Environment Institute.
I really picture Africa as desert and animals and dried up water holes and the natives.
But I always pictured Africa to be more just dirt roads.
Nobody thought that Africans could be scientists. I think we've achieved it.
I think of these black children, maybe starving.
Basically starving. That's about it.
It's just a land in disaster right now.
We have got to align science with the development of our countries, and I think we are really the first generation of scientists that are doing that.
Africa by itself has to now invent its own solutions.
After 25 years, Thomas Odhiambo is leaving. On this rainy night in Nairobi, he's writing one of the last speeches that he will make as director of the laboratory he built from nothing into one of the world's leading centers for the study of tropical insects. It's the first of its kind in the tropics. 2,000 miles to the south, the rain also falls in the tiny kingdom of Swaziland. Chemist Lydia Makubu is late for her plane. She's taking yet another trip to the rich world to promote science and education in her world. This is their story, a story of struggle for recognition and achievement in a world that only seems to see Africa in terms of its problems and failures.
I've always wondered why Africa was not in the forefront of science, ever since I was in school. I could not see and I could not believe that people had been given talents in Africa which are different from talents elsewhere in the world. And part of my purpose was to convince myself that it can really be done. To prove the point that you can do excellent science on major problems of importance to Africa within Africa.
I have to add some water.
So most of the Malamoeba will be found in Malpighian tubules.
Yeah.
So although they are transvarially transmitted, but they actually, the site
is
of pathogenicity is Malpighian tubule.
Yeah.
Thomas Odhiambo has devoted his career to advancing the study of tropical insects. Insects dominate life in Africa in ways few people in developed countries can comprehend. They destroy up to a third of the continent's food potential. They carry devastating parasitic diseases like sleeping sickness and malaria, diseases that have killed millions. Yet Tom Odhiambo merely calls them pests.
The damage by insects, both in the field as well as in storage, are extremely high. Really very, very high indeed. For good reasons, good climate, high temperatures. You couldn't have it better if you're an insect. And so it's a real question of managing the insect population. By understanding their biology thoroughly, understanding the relationship with their host, whether plants or animals or humans. And because environment has always been important to us, sustainability has always been at the core of our work. Our concentration is certainly, let's manage the insect populations. Manage in such a way that we do not harm the environment. We do not harm the non-target organisms that are in the same environment, but that we take out the negative aspects of insects. Our philosophy over the period of time of 20, 25 years has homed specifically on non-polluting systems of pest management.
This is Tom Odiambo's pride and joy, ICIPE, or the International Center of Insect Physiology and Ecology. On the outskirts of Nairobi, Kenya, it was built on Odiambo's belief that to solve scientific problems relevant to Africa, you had to have a research center in Africa.
You cannot see the exotoxin. You have to buy us.
And you had to have African scientists who understood the problems doing the work.
When I first met Tom Odiambo in ICIPE, and I said to myself, what a tremendous man, because Tom has 1,000 ideas of how to advance science in Africa. And all of those ideas are very sound.
Lydia Makubu has a lot of ideas of her own. She trained in Canada as a biochemist, becoming the first person from Swaziland ever to earn a PhD. She spent her scientific career there studying the potent chemicals found in African plants.
No, I don't think so. I think I want to keep her out of the limelight until she's finished school.
Today, in addition to being a mother, a leading scientist, she's also Vice Chancellor of the fledgling University of Swaziland.
I think it needs to be filed carefully as a yes. But I have a letter here.
The university has been growing steadily. This year, for the first time, we have gone beyond 2,000 students, which may not be very much when you compare that with the enrollment in bigger universities, but this is a small country, and 2,000 students in a population of less than 1 million inhabitants is fairly heavy. Science that is going to advance Africa is the kind of science that is going to be sensitive to the needs of Africa. And the needs of Africa must be interpreted by those who are on the ground, who understand the social circumstances, who understand the cultural sensitivities and the politics of Africa. So it is extremely important for educational institutions in Africa to really get up and produce the kind of people that are going to be able to generate new knowledge in Africa.
Lydia Makubu's roots are in the highlands of Swaziland. When she was a girl, schools were few and offered little. Makubu's primary school has grown since she was in grade 6.
I come from a mission school. I went through mission schools, and most of the schools in the early days were missionary schools. And the people that went through missionary schools have done well.
What happens to the air which was inside the scum? What's not? It came out, right?
This is my classroom. Primary school, it really brings back old memories. This is where we used to go. It was grass thatched at this time. Yes. But the building is more or less the same as it was many years ago. It's a good feeling to be here again.
Oh, yeah.
That's right. Even the door. So when I walked into that little classroom and realized that it really had retained the same shape that it had when I was there doing what we then called Standard 4, which is grade 6 now, I felt quite emotional about it. And, you know, this is where it all started.
Our concern is post-secondary.
Both Lydia Makubu and Tom Odiambo share a vision. The vision that education, especially in science and technology, is key to the development of Africa.
Yeah, so we are really talking about catering for something in the region of 130,000 in post-secondary school education system. So really we are talking about such a large group that I would suggest that we concentrate on the normal route first and deal with it until we enter the level of the technologists.
We have already put in place some of these programs. Artisan, craft, and technician.
Kenya has decided that it has to be very technology-oriented, to be probably the first of the African tigers, if we might put it that way. and therefore a more coherent structure of higher education is extremely important, and to bring in everybody, including the women.
The Inaugural escarpment stretches as far as the eye can see. It's part of Africa's Great Rift Valley system. At its base live the Maasai. Just 100 miles from Nairobi, they fiercely maintain their traditional way of life. For centuries, they have shared the bush with wildlife, but the thickets of Inaugural are also home to one of Africa's most dangerous creatures, a fly called tsetse. Its name comes from the distinct sound it makes. The tsetse is a biting fly, and often when it bites, it kills. Many tsetse flies carry microscopic parasites called trypanosomes in their mouths. They pick them up when they feed on wild animals. Some trypanosomes cause sleeping sickness in people, a disease which in the past has killed thousands. But much more importantly in Africa today, trypanosomes devastate livestock, which have no natural immunity to the parasites. The tsetse fly has made millions of hectares of fertile African rangeland virtually useless for agriculture. The impact on the food potential of the continent is profound, the effect on the people of Africa incalculable. The Maasai people who live here at the foot of the escarpment know about the tsetse all too well. Life here is hard enough. Except for a brief rainy season, it's dry and raising livestock is difficult. Having their cattle die from Nagana, the tsetse disease only adds to the hardship. And the Western way of fighting pests with chemical sprays has proven expensive, polluting, and not very effective.
When a major outbreak took place in 1899 in Uganda, another place, and thousands of people dying, the British government just poured in people and resources to kill off this plague. And they never stopped. All through the beginning of the century, the 1920s, 1930s, 40s, even during the war, they simply had some of their best people working on this thing.
In Nairobi, Odhiambo's scientists decided to tackle the tsetse fly and its deadly bite. And they decided to do it by learning as much as they could about this most unusual fly.
Tsetse only produces young in a uterus. A uterus which is just as complex as a mammalian uterus. The insect produces probably up to 10 young in her lifetime. So we're not talking about a vast reproduction like other flies, which do it by the thousand. Here the most probably, maybe 3 or 4. But if it's a very good mother, maybe 10, 12. That's it. And yet, it is a problem. We're not talking about many flies. When we say a place is infested, actually we're talking about a few dozen insects. They're not many. So the mystery is, how can they do so much damage when there are so few?
In the 1980s, the Nairobi lab designed a large, brightly colored trap that tests showed would look like an animal to flies, including the tsetse. The idea was to collect samples for lab work and to monitor parasite levels in the flies. The design was simple enough. Once a fly entered the dark trap entrance, it was attracted to the sunlight at the top. The hot sun on the plastic bag soon dehydrated and killed the flies. But the biggest problem was to find a way to make sure that tsetse flies would be attracted to the traps from far away, long before they could see them.
We know the the factors responsible for attraction. And it's the attraction towards a host that we are using to lure the insects and so trap them. So it is not that something that was done out of the blue. It is based on some real science.
All the scientists had to do was figure out how a few flies spread over many hectares of bush could always find a cow. The answer surprised everyone. It was the smell of cow or buffalo urine.
One of our young scientists, Mary Owaga, debated with herself, why is it that tsetse seem to spend a lot of time in areas where buffalo are found? Because she's a good ecologist, that gradually led her to think there must be something in buffalo which attracts tsetse. And that's how she reached the fact that it's a urine. And then from then on, her work with the behavior scientists and the chemists then began to isolate a whole series of unexpected chemicals, which we are not planned for.
Individual flies, and as Dr. Cheno showed you, this is from the different areas.
Mm-hmm.
So
we're using two study areas. Yeah. This is a non-separation area. Beyond here, we are not doing any separation at all. Okay. So using that as a control.
ICIPE scientists field-tested the trap design with the exotic bait cow urine in the Inaugural area. They hired the Maasai to maintain the experimental traps. When it became obvious that the traps could actually clear an area of tsetse flies, they encouraged them to install more traps on their own lands. But there were problems. Over the years, mistrust grew between the Maasai and the outsiders from Nairobi. The insect lab scientists hadn't worked enough with the community to secure its support. To be sure, the Maasai would allow experiments to continue on their lands or even use the traps themselves. Just before Christmas of 1993, the local Maasai chiefs met Odhiambo, the ICIPE chief, face to face to air their concerns about the trap program.
Sisi tunafanya utafiti.
By the end of the day, Odhiambo's reassurances had succeeded, and the Maasai of Nguruman were fully back in the project. But the experience reinforced one of the most important principles of scientific work in Africa. Research isn't much use if the people it's supposed to help don't feel they have a stake in its development and will apply its results to get the benefits. But the Maasai were persuaded, and now their children even collect cow urine to bait the traps as part of their early morning chores. Odhiambo's lab has applied that lesson and the other things they learned from the Nguruman experiments to one of the worst tsetse-infected areas of Africa, the Lambwe Valley. It's on the equator next to Lake Victoria. Here, the tsetse flies still transmit human sleeping sickness. For years, the valley was bombarded with aerial sprays. It controlled the flies, but only until the expensive and hazardous spraying stopped. The flies always came back, usually in greater numbers. And every time the flies returned, people were forced to move away to safer areas. As with Nguruman, scientists from the insect lab set up field stations to monitor the flies carefully. At this one, they isolate the blood in tsetses to find out what kind of animals the flies have been feeding on.
The government has tried to control this tsetse using various methods. And during the period they are controlling it, you find the population goes down. And then after a while, they leave the practice, you find that the tsetse population again comes up.
Jacob Nyangor farms in the Lambwe Valley. He and the other local farmers noticed a change in the health of their animals as soon as ICIPE started testing the new trap design in the region.
One of those farmers told us that when they saw the trap for the first time, they were skeptical. And they said, how can this piece of cloth succeed where all these aeroplanes and other methods failed? Then until they saw the catch, and in their words that they filled 2-kilogram tins of tsetse flies and then fed them to their chickens, then they were convinced.
From the time now ICIPE came around to control it, now we have seen a lot of reduction. So we are impressed. When they were using this trap here, the super trap, now the population has gone down.
But ICIPE scientists didn't want a repeat of what had happened with the Maasai. They wanted to be sure not only that the traps worked, but that the community would maintain them. That meant combining the laboratory work and knowledge of tsetse flies with knowledge of the customs and practices of the local people. It meant cooperation and local participation.
And then this is not conventional again, because in the past we have been used to telling them what to do. But what we are trying to do is also give them some scientific information about the vector, the tsetse fly.
An Monica Nyango Junge, Adi Punju, Kum Gimochunkan. Gini, Ilungeni, ICIPE super trap.
Because the history of this place, people were coming in, an epidemic, they move out. They come in, they move out. So now they are confident they can live here.
We think
we can trap tsetse sufficiently, sustainably, using community labor and community approaches indefinitely, and keep sleeping sickness out of the communities, almost sustainably. We think a sterling example what can be done through research for the group.
In fact, in the test areas in the Lambwe Valley, the special traps now remove 98% of the tsetse flies, and all with an inexpensive technology that doesn't damage the environment.
We've just had our graduation and the conferment of degrees, and the chancellor of the university who comes to give the degrees is His Majesty the King. And so when the King is coming, all sorts of people are involved in making the preparations. And so we hold a series of parties for all of these groups so that I can go and thank them for the good job done in preparation for graduation.
Traditionally in Siswati, when there has been a big function, the family then gets together later and eats the remains, the head of the cow, the hoofs, and all of the things that, are remaining. But traditionally, women are not supposed to eat the head. But we decided in the university we would break this tradition and eat the head.
Our societies, let's say in Africa and in Swaziland, are in a state of transition where the modern is encroaching into the traditional. And sometimes there is conflict, sometimes the merger is quite harmonious. if you look at African society and the history of our societies, you will find that a great deal of scientific activity was taking place, even though it wasn't called science. That is why it is very important for African scientists not to limit their activities to just science if they want society to get involved, but to go deeper into what our societies are doing in areas such as agriculture, in the areas such as health, to try and translate that which is traditional into modern scientific language, because there is a great deal of science that has always been with Africa, but it wasn't written, nor was it interpreted in the way that the North has interpreted science.
Lydia Makubu has chosen to marry the traditional beliefs and practices of the culture of Swaziland with her own research work. Traditional healers still use herbs and plant recipes to treat illness, remedies that have been used through many generations. Makubu often travels into the remote mountains to collect specimens from healers, the people the developed world often calls witch doctors.
Yes, they were called witch doctors because I think in the early colonial days, much of that which is typically African was considered superstition and perhaps heathen. But I think lately we have been looking at our traditional healing system, and we have found that there is a great deal of it that might be extremely useful in present-day medicine.
Even today, in the open-air markets of African cities, the traditional pharmacy with its roots and extracts does a roaring trade. While nearby shopping malls have modern pharmacies with vitamin pills and aspirin.
As we know in the history of chemistry, a great deal of the modern medicines, morphine, digitalis, came from plants. And traditional healers have been using plants since time immemorial. And therefore, traditional healing has a great deal that is scientific.
Many of Africa's traditional healers are women. Jabu Malela is one of Swaziland's most respected healers. She takes novices through a rigorous 2-year training program.
The bones that were thrown on the mat, that is a diagnostic tool. The healer reads the bones to indicate what the sickness is.
Kuyadependa lokuthi lo muntu mhlambe ufuna lokuva bona ukuthi utawubona yini lo muntu ukuthi ngisuka lelele nje kubuhlungu sinye
vele limvamisa yabo bafuna lokuthi ubhule atobona lokuthi uyabona yini ukuthi uphethwe ngesinye nje uqhamuka nje ugula sinye kuphela ufuna lokubhula eve ngawo lokuthi utawubona yini ukuthi ugula sinye.
We have ceremonial rites in Swaziland. There is something unifying about it, and there is a basis for whatever we do. It may not seem appropriate looked at from another cultural point of view, but you really have to understand the people, their history, and their whole approach to life to really be able to put the significance of those ceremonial rites into context. I have no conflict at all because I look upon it as a piece of research that I have to do. I'd like to believe that the treatment with the plants does work, because after all that is just a pure chemical reaction, so I believe that it does work. It is hard to say whether the other part works or not. But of course, psychologically, it's very good for the patient.
While traditional healing is a vocation for some young Swazi women, Lydia Makubu has worked hard to bring many more into contemporary science as well. At St. Michael's School in Manzini, Swaziland, her commitment is rewarded as a whole class of high school women write their pre-university chemistry exams.
I believe that women have a certain way of looking at things, certain perceptions that they would bring into the whole of the scientific endeavor. In agriculture, women traditionally have been food producers. They have been involved in the tillage of the land. They are involved in the management of the environment in various ways, in procuring energy for the family. Their traditional activities are scientific activities. So I believe that if we were to modernize these activities by educating women, bringing them into science, I am quite sure that the agricultural agenda, the agenda on the environment, would have that perspective that only women can bring, the perspective that is sensitive to the family, that is sensitive to children, that is sensitive to the human being.
There is no doubt that Africa today is beset with problems that few could have imagined. Millions fleeing from famine and civil wars crowd refugee camps. The developed world has been moved to compassion, but the view of Africa that prevails today is one of a land with little hope. It's a long way from the optimism with which the world greeted the independence of Africa's countries in the 1950s and 60s. It was in that hopeful time that Tom Odiambo had his idea to create a tropical insect lab in the tropics.
The original ICIPE facility was built from an original carport without walls. We got a little fund to put up these walls and then have just one office which included everybody, the administrative.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for being seated. You're invited to lunch. I'm directed to inform you by the ushers that there are 2 serving areas. The VIP table 1 to 10 will serve from this serving area, and the rest of the tables will serve from these 2 serving areas on my right-hand side. Every table will be called. We do not need to line up. You'll be directed table by table by the ushers just to approach and serve. Thank you very much. Please enjoy your lunch. Okay. Thank you. We now invite the Governing Council. Please, you may proceed and serve. And the directors, of course, all the VIPs, you are invited to serve, please. Be directed by the ushers. And the rest of the guests and staff, you'll be directed to these other serving areas. Thank you very much.